แวมไพร์ยกกำลัง2นี่เป็นไงเมื่อครั้งที่แล้วเราแคสไว้อยู่ณจุดนี้นะครับทุกคนครับวันนี้เราก็จะกลับมาหาเรื่องกันอีกเดี๋ยวนะครับผมรู้สึกว่าผมลืมอะไรบางอย่างผมสู้ไปแล้วดนตรีน่ากลัวมากเลยนะครับเปิดประตูนี่ผมลืมอันนี้ข้าพเจ้าต้องตรวจดูร่องรอยบาดแผลของผู้เสียชีวิตคนนี้เขานอนไม่ไหวติงเราจะเปิดอกหรือจะดูที่มุมปากของเขาข้าพเจ้าเขาเลือกที่ร่องรอยตรงแขนของเขามีรอยขีดข่วนเลือดออกมันเกิดจากแผลมันเกิดจากวัตถุบางอย่างตรงมุมปากของเขามีฟองฟอดอาจจะเป็นผลจากการทานยาเกินขนาดเราลองดูที่อกของเขามีรอยเย็บเป็นรูปตะขาบยาวแต่ดูเหมือนว่าเขาเย็บได้สะอาดมากเลยแต่อาจจะเกิดการเย็บซ้ำก็เป็นไปได้มีการใส่ท่อลงไปต้องโทรหาอาจารย์สุรภูมิแล้วว่าต้องมาช่วยดูศพของชายผู้นี้เราจะไปดูหาด็อกเตอร์ที่เป็ดว่าเขาเกิดอันใดกันขึ้นนะ
And then he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
เอาล่ะHelp the Pembroke cope with the epidemic เราต้องขึ้นไปแล้วหรืออุ้ยมาอะไรด้วยมีแวมไพร์อยู่แถวนี้ไหมโอ้แกกินอะไรอยู่ เอ๊ะยังไงยังไงมีปีศาจอยู่ไหมขอฟันสักทีจะได้ไหมเหมือนจะมีทางออกไปอีกทางหรือเปล่าครับหรือว่าไม่มีหรือผมคิดไปเองว่ามันมีสิ่งเดียวที่คิดว่ามีใจแต่กลับไม่มีหัวใจให้กันผมก็เดินไปเรื่อยๆครับมีอะไรในห้องนี้นะฮะมันทะลุได้ผมรู้ผมเรียนมาจะกลายเป็นห้องปิดไปได้อย่างไรนี่ไงเปิดไม่ได้ประตูนี้ล่ะฮะเปิดไม่ได้แล้วเราจะลงมาทำไมครับผมต้องไปทางนี้แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวผมกลับมานะครับขอเวลาแป๊บเดียวฮะอ้าวออกมาทางนี้แล้วก็อ๋อเราต้องเข้าไปที่โรงพยาบาลฮะมีแบบว่าฮัลโหล
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
สวัสดีคุณพิพาถามอะไรเขาดีเอาไม่ได้เลย
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
คุยกับเขาได้ไหม
Hello again, Dr. Reed. I feel better already. Can I go
หน้า
soon?
ตา
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks, and I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later. I cannot enter.
ตอนนี้แมวร้องฮะปัญหาผมคือแมวร้องฮะผมต้องไปหาใครวะเนี่ยข้างนอกหรือเดี๋ยวก่อนนะผมเดินผิดไปอ่ะผมต้องขึ้นไปข้างบนวะข้างบนมั้งใช่แน่ๆ not now บอกว่าเราไปรบกวนเขา
It's locked.
ตอนนี้เราต้องทำอะไรเรามี 1,500 กว่า exp นะฮะ
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Bring the medicine to Dorothy Crane in the patient room แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวผมอัพพลังก่อนนะผมต้องอัพพลัง aggressive ก่อนไหมหรือว่าอันนี้ดีกว่าไหมนี่ไงอัพไปก่อนละกันดุเป็นเสียงของอันนี้ Shadow Mistผมจะใช้บัตรสเปียร์ดีกว่าฮะอันนี้บัตรสเปียร์เขาบอกไว้ว่าเมื่อเราขว้างสเปียร์หรือหอกออกไปเราจะสร้างให้เกิดเลือดแล้วก็ให้ปาผ่านศัตรูที่อยู่ตรงหน้าเรานะฮะเพื่อมาสนุกอัพแบบนี้แหละโอ้น่าจะหมดเกลี้ยงฮะแล้วเราก็คอนเฟิร์มตอนนี้สถานการณ์กำลังอยู่ในขั้นสเตเบิลด้วยเนี่ยฉันตื่นมาแล้วผมไม่เคยใช้ปืนเลยใช่ไหมฮะเพราะว่าปืนเสียงดังฮะปืนเสียงดังเราแบบว่า
I cannot enter.
มันหมอเลยเนี่ยเราต้องไปหาคุณโดโรธีเครนซึ่งเขาอยู่ในห้องผู้ป่วยผมก็จะได้ฝึกภาษาอังกฤษง่ายนิดเดียวครับยากเยอะแยะนั่นไงใช่ไหมใช่แล้วคุณ
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
ไม่ใช่
Good evening, Dr. Reid.
มันคือคุณพิมพา
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
แล้วเขาอยู่ไหนอะนั่นล่ะนั่นไงใช่ไหมคุณโดโรธี
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
นั่นไม่ใช่คุณโดโรธี
Goodbye,
เครนนี่
nurse.
นะ
Call me if you need assistance.
แล้วคุณโดโรธีอยู่ไหน
We are overwhelmed by this horrifying epidemic.
คุณโดโรธีอยู่ไหนคุณโดโรธีเครน in the patient room โอ้แล้วคุณโดโรธีอยู่ไหนนะเนี่ยคุณโดโรธีเป็นชื่อที่ไพเราะเพราะพริ้งมากเลยนะฮะผมต้องตามหาคุณโดโรธีใช่คุณโดโรธีไหมใช่ปะวะ
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reid.
มันไม่ใช่คุณโดโรธีคุณโดโรธีอยู่ไหนไม่ชอบไอ้หมอนี่เลยมันไม่ชอบหน้าเรานะฮะโอ้ ก็เราก็ไม่รู้ว่าคุณโดโรธีอยู่ไหนนี่ไงคุณโดโรธีใช่แล้วคุณโดโรธี
Finally, you've returned, Doctor.
ในที่สุดคุณก็กลับมาคุณหมอ
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the
วันนี้
remedy
นะครับ
yourself.
แมวผม
The
อาร
same
วาสฮะ
basic
เดี๋ยวสักครู่
ingredients.
ฮะผมไปจับแม
Many
วแป๊
thanks,
บนึง
Doctor.
ฮะ
When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
เป็นอะไรกันสองคนเนี่ยนะวิ่งเงินอ้วนวิ่งไปไม่ต้องร้องวิ่งแถวนี้แม่บอกว่าให้วิ่งแถวนี้โอเคเปล่านี่นะdisease ลด blood quality ของโรคเนี่ยมันได้ลดคุณภาพของเลือดของประชาชนเราจะใช้เลือดยานี้เนี่ยเพื่อไปรักษานะครับเราคุยกับคนไข้ด้านหลังเรือทีเพื่อจะดู medical status นะฮะเราได้มา200 EXP แล้วครับไหนครับมีใครคุยกับเราได้บ้างฮะไม่มีใครคุยกับเราเลยนอนกันหมดไม่อยากจะรบกวนคนไข้นะฮะแต่ว่าลูกซิติเซนเมสไซอาหรือว่าเวโรไอ้คนไข้ดูปวดเหลือคนไข้ที่คุยได้กี่คนเนี่ยอ๋อนี่ไงเราคุยกับคุณน้า
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
ผมไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าลูกชายคุณเป็นยังไงนะว่าผมได้จะคุยกับลูกชายคุณนะลูกชายคุณ
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
เขาบอกเขาโอเคเราจะคุยอะไรต่ออ๋อเขาบอกว่าที่คอคุณเป็นยังไงบ้าง
So painful, I'd rather
มัน
not
ยัง
talk at all,
เจ็บ
Doctor.
เวลาพูด
I'll let you get some rest then.
Don't waste
ฮอก
your
ทู
time
เอ็ด
with
การ์
me.
สวอนซีอ๋อเราต้องไปคุยกับหัวหน้าเรานะฮะผอโรงพยาบาลก็อุ๊ยป้ายอะไรอะ Hospital Full โรงพยาบาลเต็มเกี่ยวกับโรคหวัดที่โรงพยาบาลนี้สถานการณ์คล้ายๆมันดูคล้ายครับคาอย่าพูดสิอุ๊ยนั่นมันผมเองฮะตกใจซิมโทมาโตโลจีอินฟลูเอนซ่าพิเดมิกนี่เป็นไงฮะผมยังมีความรู้อยู่บ้างแต่ว่าผมต้องขึ้นไปหาคุณหมออะไรวะใช่คุณหมอซุนซีไหม
If you say so.
ไม่ใช่คุยกับเขาหมดแล้วพวกเนี้ยได้ความลับมาหมดแล้วเตรียมที่จะกัดมันอย่างเดียวโรงพยาบาลนี่งานยุ่งเลยส่วนเราเหรอไม่ทำงานฮะ
It's locked, all right.
งานไม่ทำ
Please, Jonathan, come
สวั
in.
สดีโจนาธานเข้ามาท่านทำอะไรอยู่หรือ
In the last decade, so many
More
mysteries have been
Edgar,
brought to
come on,
light with our
see.
microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier.
มันทำอะไรอยู่กับสองตัว
The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're
ที่
able
เขา
to
บอก
trace a clear
แม่บอกว่า
line
ให้
between
มันเดิน
life
อ
and
อกไปข้างนอก
death.
มาเล่น
You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea. but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
I live in paradox ผมอยู่ในโลกที่ความสับสนวุ่นวาย
Physician, heal thyself.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
This is not
Thank you.
amusing.
But I'd rather you didn't speak so lightly about my condition. There is nothing I find amusing about this situation.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not.
Go
I would
คุย
just
กันนาน
like
เล
you
ย
to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Talk to hospital benefactor ใครวะคุยกับใครอะ benefactor คือใครวะมีโน้ตอะไรเนี่ยขออ่านได้ไหม Rakesh Shadana ขออ่านได้ไหม Dear Dr. Swansea, I will glad to manage the temporary month as soon as is open as I have really told I was doctor during the war and I will be glad to serve my country again โหจดหมายเพียบของเยอะไม่ได้คราฟเลยมันไม่จำเป็นหรอกจริงๆก็จำเป็นนะฮะแต่ว่าผมลืมคราฟครับเราต้องไปคราฟตรงไหนวะนี่ไง Rare Species Vampyr New Collectible มันจะเป็นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องราวแล้วก็จดหมายเหตุประมาณนั้นฮะตอนนี้เราเชื่อมโยงไปได้หลายคนแล้วนะครับแล้วเราก็จะรู้ว่าเขาเป็นใครนี่เป็นเกมกึ่งสืบสวนสอบสวนอยู่เหมือนกันนะครับก็ใครที่ชอบเกมแนวนี้ก็อาจจะเป็นเกมเก่าแล้วเพราะว่าผมก็เพิ่งได้จับเครื่อง PlayStation เมื่อไม่นานมานี้นะครับก็เกมล่าสุดที่เล่นก็คือ Play 2 โน่นเลยฮะครับก็อยากเล่นฮะก็เลยเล่นนะครับก็ผมก็เป็นแคสเปอร์หน้าใหม่คุณเป็นพูดว่าอะไรนะแคสเปอร์ผมเป็นแบบว่าอะไรนะยูทูบเบอร์หน้าใหม่ก็ฝากตัวฝากใจให้กับทุกคนทุกวัยด้วยนะครับผมผมต้องไปห้องนี้แต่ว่าผมจะเข้าไปคราฟบางอย่างก่อนนะครับแล้วก็อาจจะต้องใช้เวลาในการคราฟหรือเปล่าคราฟในนี้ได้หรือเปล่าต้องใช้ตรงนี้อุ้ยมันมีทางออกด้วยเราแบบบินลงไปได้ด้วยหรือเปล่าคือถ้าลงไปแล้วเราโอ๊ยขึ้นไปเอาเราลงมาทำไมโอ้ยเสียเวลาชีวิตผมก็นึกว่าแบบว่าจะแบบปุ๊บขึ้นไปเลยได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันไม่ได้นะฮะคือเราพาไปกินได้ไหม
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
โอ้ไม่ได้พลังสก
I
ปรก
have
ยั
to
ง
go
ไม่ได้
now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Doctor. I'm so tired. Will this shift never end?
This hospital seems to be falling apart. But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give this shit.
Sure we're making a difference.
เขาต้องไปคราฟใหม่โอ้ตอนนี้เราเลเวล9แล้วโอ้โหเป็นไงฮะเลเวลขึ้นพวดเลี้ยวซ้ายก่อนเดี๋ยวขวาผมต้องไปแคสไม่ใช่แคสไปคราฟก่อนได้ไหมเนี่ยโต๊ะที่เราจะต้องไปสร้างของนู่นนี่นั่นอยู่ตรงไหนตรงนี้ได้ไหมไม่ได้ไม่มีเลยเราต้องอย่างนี้เลยตรงนี้เป็นที่ที่เราต้องไว้อัพสกิลเฉยๆ500อัพอะไรดีอันนี้ Shadow Mist ผมยังไม่ได้ทำเลยก็ใช้ตั้ง100เนี่ยอันนี้ล่ะ500พอดีสบายเลยเยี่ยมเลย Spring บอกว่าใช้ Supernatural Move to your target and cause damage up on landing อ๋อกดอะไรอะลองได้ไหมลองแหละมาถึงขั้นนี้แล้วเขาบอกกันว่าเราควรจะอัพพื้นฐานผมก็ไม่รู้ผมเขาอัพกันยังไงนะฮะว่าจะเก่งไปยังไงแต่ว่าผมชอบอัพพื้นฐานให้เต็มดีกว่านี่แล้วก็นี่พวกนี้มันคราฟอะไรได้ไหมอย่างโอ้มีของอยู่มั้งto hospital เป็นห้องข้างๆอย่างนี้แหละใช่ไหมครับ
I cannot enter.
แล้วเขาอยู่ที่ไหนนะ Benefactor คือใครฮะผู้รักษาผลประโยชน์โรงพยาบาลอะไรเงี้ยมันแปลว่าอะไรเนี่ยมีตู้นี้มีของฮะนี่เรียบร้อยFerrous Tartrate ผมก็ไม่รู้มันคืออะไรด้วยกันฮะเดี๋ยวผมเหมือนจะลืมมันไปแล้วเหมือนผมเคยจำได้ว่ามันคือสารอะไรบางอย่างมีโคเดอีนด้วยนะฮะเป็นยากล่อมประสาทลดความเจ็บปวดอะไรประมาณนี้แต่ว่าผมต้องไปคุยกับใครเนี่ยผมงงอยู่Why A rat in hospital คือเขาคนนี้
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
เขากำลังจะตายแล้ว
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet lady of mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
สวัสดี
It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Swansea Fancy Vampyr
So it seems our Dr. Swansea does indeed have a fascination for creatures of our
เขากำลังสร้าง
constitution.
เป็นซา
Dr.
อะไรนะ
Swansea is a remarkable man. Dedicated, one might say, obstinate. He spent years compiling our bestiary.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless
เรากำลัง
questions, but our rather urgent matter first.
เรากำลังสงสัยดรสวอนซี
Swansea has
เขา
explained.
ทำอะไรเนี่ย
My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
I gather you have found an arrangement satisfying both ethical and corporal concerns.
I was brought up not to snigger at my own jokes, Dr. Reed.
เขาดูเครื่องๆแล้วนะฮะเราก็มายุ่งหัวเขา
Pardon
แหละ
my boldness, Your Ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist.
ผม
My
เป็น
trade is in
นัก
the
วิทยาศาสตร์
deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls
อ้าว
have
ผ
so
มลืม
little left to live
ว่า
for.
เราถามไปแล้ว
I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
ตอนแรกบอกไม่ชอบไม่
You
เชื่อ
make
ตอน
me
นี้เชื่อแล้ว
blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Dr. Swansea
Well,
has
actually,
commissioned me to be
sure.
your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
อ้าวจบแล้วเหรอ Talk to Harriet เขาคือใครวะ Harriet อ๋อเป็นด็อกเตอร์ Harriet นั่นเหรอเราเดินไปกล่องพวกนี้ก็จะเก็บได้นะครับอะไรวะเตอร์แฮร์เรียตนั่นใช่ไหม
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
ไม่ใช่
Have you heard any talk of blackmail going on in the hospital?
If you're running some official inquiry, you had better question
Oh,
the
let me
patients.
boss,
They
am
know
I?
more than the staff,
ที่จะมาคุย
especially
กับด
old
ร
Mr.
สติกแลนด์มัน
Jones.
แบล็กเมลเรื่องอะไรสักอย่างเนี่ย Your drug provider is gone.
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage?
ตาสีเขียว
Then there
โค
are
ตรน่ากลัว
legal
เลยไม่รู้จริงๆเลยว่า
Is
ผม
this
ไม่ปก
not
ติ
true
เนี่ย
of any medical substance, Dr. Reed?
ไม่รู้จริงๆเลยพวกคุณ
However, if
พวกคุณคิดว่าผมเป็นคนปกติ
I'd
เหรอครับ
be glad to accept your help.
ดูหน้า
As
ผม
long as
สิ
you
ครับ
promise
โอ้
to be scrupulous
ย
with your experiments.
ใครก็รู้
I may try to gather these
มีแต่พวกคุณ
substances and
ไม่
even
รู้
help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
Investigate อัปเดตเราพบเบาะแสใหม่อยากกินเลือดนายจริงๆกินเลือดนายก็ไม่ได้ About a secret test
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague, but only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
You have my support, Dr. Strickland. I know exactly what it feels like to battle an unknown disease with only your mind and force of will to help you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You don't know what that means to me.
Why are you blaming yourself for the death of Mr. Fiddick?
It is our fault. Mr. Fiddick has stayed longer than needed here because Dr. Ackroyd and I could not agree on the correct treatment.
This argument has nothing to do with his death. He was murdered.
But if we had performed the surgery sooner, he would have left the hospital and avoided this fate.
กินไม่ได้ ถามไปแล้วยัง
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
หมดคำถาม
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium.
แฮร์รี่อยู่ไหนวะ
An adjusted formula
แฮร์รี่เขาเป็นใครวะ
of a placebo effect. อ๋อนี่ไงแฮร์รี่
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
ให้ปีนลงนอนให้ปีนพ่อจะกินตับ
If you continue shouting, I'll have you restrained and gagged. Understood?
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round. Miss Jones, greetings. How do we feel?
Again? Waking a poor old woman in her sleep? There isn't a poor life needs saving somewhere?
Now, I need to ask you a few simple questions.
Well, if you really must.
If you could just tell me why you were admitted.
It's terrible, Doctor. What with a pain in my chest, coughing up blood, and I get awfully tired. Wouldn't be so bad if I hadn't lost my house and all.
I see.
No one comes to visit, you know. Not even my own flesh and blood.
Have you noticed any suspicious comings or goings?
It would be a great deal easier to make a list of things unsuspicious in this house of charlatans.
Come now, Miss Jones. Surely it's not that bad.
Have you no eyes? This hospital accepts all manner of souls, regardless of origin. The proper sick cannot heal. We're kept sickened by the refugees.
Everyone here is very capable. I have not seen any instances of unprofessionalism.
Thieves and murderers, the lot. People have gone missing here, you know. Poof, without a trace.
I'll come and visit you shortly. Good night, Miss Jones.
The
patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
I have wasted too much energy for so little result.
Normal.พยาบาลนั้นไปไหนกันเนี่ย ไม่เจอนะเนี่ยอันนี้มีของบังอ่ะหลีกดิไม่หลบบ้านอยู่ไหนอ๋อนั่นไง
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett's did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett's would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
Perhaps you did it with the best intentions, Nurse Brannigan, but you took a great risk. Must I remind you that a man died?
You mean you've never made a mistake? Never covered your tracks? Come on, Doctor. I wasn't born yesterday.
ประชดอีก
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
I thought last summer's epidemic was difficult.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr.
คน
Reed.
เก่าอยู่แล้ว
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
เจอเดี๋ยวหมอพยาบาลไปไหนเนี่ย
They may lack the resources, but we have some of the most brilliant minds in London at Pembroke.
ผมหาเขาไม่เจอจริงๆเนี่ยอ๋ออยู่โน่นเลยไกลเลยไปทางไหนวะผิดทางผิดทางใครบนอะไรคุณทอมวะตัวโดโรธีเฟิร์นอ๋อผมกำลังอ้อมไปไปได้ไหมเนี่ยผมกำลังอ้อมไปมันตัวอะไรนั่น ำไมแวมไพร์มียาควินินวะเขาไม่ทำอะไรเลยเป็นมาเลเรียหรือไงด้านหลังโรงพยาบาล
It's locked, all right.
ลงไม่ได้
It's one of them! We have to stop it!
ฆาตกรรมชัด
It's locked.
เริ่มไปไกลกว่าเดิมเมื่อไหร่เราจะไปทางถูกเนี่ยตรงไปไหมเลยใกล้ถึงไปนะ
No one is here. Relax.
อยู่ข้างล่างลงไปไงผมจะลงไปตรงนั้นยังไงต้องหาวิธีลงอ่ะผมหาวิธีลงไม่ได้นิดนึงนะฮะอ้อมไปหาวิธีลงก่อนได้ไหมได้ก็เยี่ยมไปเลยมันเดินไม่ได้ฮะตรงเนี้ยเยี่ยมไปเลยใครวะเนี่ย
so many times. Oswald. Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Don't worry. We're safe.
เอาไปยังไงวะตรงนั้นเนี่ย
Don't worry, we're safe.
Oswald, you can't just die like this.
I cannot enter.
คำถามคือผมจะไปตรงนั้นยังไงแมปมันงงนะฮะแต่ว่าผมก็พยายามอยู่นะครับแต่หมอมันไม่ใส่แมสเหรอใช่มันเป็นแวมไพร์ไม่ติดโรคทางลงอยู่ไหนเอาเบิร์ดพาร์เมอร์ใครวะเนี่ยหลบเว้ยโอ้โหยิงโดนด้วย
It's locked, all right.
หมูเป็นอย่างนี้ที่ไหนแล้วเนี่ย
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, a fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent. But those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
มีของกินแล้ว
Was I that evil to deserve such punishment?
อร่อย
My only regret is that no one will mourn me, for I have never been loved.
This is Braille. I need someone who can read this. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
อ๋อมีทางลงตรงนี้โห
What's that do? This isn't even my neighbor. Have you found Oswald?
Not yet, sir. I need more information first.
All right. What do you want to know?
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose.
แล้วคนที่ผมกัดไปนี่มันจะมากลับมาเป็นแวมไพร์มั้ยเนี่ย
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
No thanks, sir. Unless you're able to get rid of every rat in London.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Don't worry, we're safe.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I ought to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
To retrieve the top in the sewer. ลงมาในนี้เหรอ
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
ลงไปยังไงตัวอะไรเนี่ยตัวอะไรเนี่ย
What sort of creature is this?
ปุ๊บ2 ที 3 ทีปุ๊บปุ๊บปุ๊บปุ๊บแม่งมาสิมาสิมาสิมาสิเรียบร้อย
Here's what's left. Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to?
Mission complete.
I really must find
Chapter 2 ครับ Reach to Whitechapel.
This is despicable.
ไหนหนู
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Ow. ครับกลับมาที่เดิมทำไมข้างล่างเหรอเป็นใคร
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm
กินได้
down
ไหมเนี่ย
first.
หน้าตาน่ากินเหลือ
Please,
เกิน
take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. Okay, I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
ฉันรู้สึกว่านะเงียบ
Newton, don't be sorry. We'll meet again soon.
Lush.
And we will be serene and beautiful.
Khổทีนะผมเหมือนว่าผมเนี่ยจะต้องใส่อาวุธใหม่แล้วไหมฮะผมเบื่อแล้วอะสตัน10 ดาเมจเนี่ยไปทางไหนอะผมจะออกไปทางไหนเอานี่เหรออันนี้แหละไม่ใช่มีแต่ของโอ้ยงงเมื่อกี้เราไปตีกับมนุษย์หมาป่านี่หว่าผมเพิ่งสังเกตว่ามันคือน่าจะเป็นมนุษย์หมาป่าแหละค่ายนี้นี่เขาดังเกมอะไรคะเนี่ยผมเพิ่งเอาตรงผมเพิ่งเล่นจบเนี่ยสามเกมถ้าไม่รวมแต่เกมที่เล่นและชอบที่สุดก็คือตอนนี้ก็คืออย่างเป็น Red Dead Redemption นะครับเป็นเกมที่ผมเข้าขั้นรักเกมนี้เลยทีเดียวประทับใจมากไปทางไหนวะโอ้โหขวดทีเดียวล่วงไงล่ะขึ้นกระบองฮะแต่ว่ามันแอบตีช้าระยะมันจะแบบขวดช้านิดนึงแต่ว่าดาเมจแรงฮะอันนี้ มันหนักไงเลยมันหนักแล้วก็อย่างว่าฮะฝนตกฮะเนี่ยเพิ่งรู้ในฉากว่ามีตอนฝนตกผมต้องกลับโรงพยาบาลไหมเนี่ยนี่เป็นเพมโรฟฮอสพิทอลถูกแล้วไม่มีใครเลยมันด้านหลังโรงพยาบาลเลยใช่ตรงนี้ไงกดตามนี้ผมไม่รู้ว่ารอบโรงพยาบาลมันมีแบบมีผีดิบให้เราตีได้แบบเก็บเวลได้แถวนี้ตอนนี้ EXP เรา 2,500 เราต้องใช้เงาได้แล้วเอ๊ะยังไงวะอะไรวะถึงแล้ว
So many deaths. A lot of my own.
โอ้ไกลเลยแบ็กเมลอินไวท์ชาเปลผมต้องไปนู่นน่ะผมคิดว่าต้องกลับมาที่นี่อย่างไกลโอเคตรงไปเราข้ามสะพานไปครับไม่มีอะไรที่มันจะใกล้กว่านี้ไม่มีรถด้วยฮะวิ่งไกลวิ่งเร็วได้ไหมถูกแล้วฮะแล้วเราก็ตรงไปเพื่อเอาจดหมายแบ็กเมลอะไรสักอย่างเลยฮะเอาไปให้คุณไว้ชาเปลถูกไหมถูกแล้วเลี้ยวซ้ายได้ไหมเลี้ยวซ้ายได้เราเลี้ยวซ้ายไปโอเคแล้วเราก็ตรงไปโอ้มีคนฮะเราจะซัดทีเดียวล่วงจังหวะมันไม่ได้เลยจริงๆจัดไปดิเรียบร้อยหมดเส้นหนามมีประกาศอะไรฮะประกาศเหมือนเดิมการออฟฟรีดอมช่วงนี้มันเป็นช่วงเรียกว่าสงครามหรืออะไรสักอย่างเนี่ยอ๋อศพหายไปไหนเนี่ยถูกต้องแล้วเราก็ตรงไปครับตรงไปแวะก่อนอุ้ยมีคนเงียบอุ้ยกินซะเลยมีคนโวยวายอะไรอยู่ข้ามสะพานไปหรือเปล่าถูกต้องแล้วเราก็ต้องเลี้ยวซ้ายแต่เจอพี่ชายคนนี้ก่อนผู้ชายคนนี้ทำอะไรอยู่ครับ แทงโดนด้วยร้ายกาจกัดทีปึ๊บคั่วเอาให้คั่วนี่พวกนี้มันเดี๋ยวนะ
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Main quest.
Fuck you all!
ทิศทางอุ้ยมีคนยิงกันไปดูเนี่ยเฮ้ย
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
กินแม่งเลยพูดไม่รู้เรื่องพาไปหาที่เหมาะที่เราจะคุยกันไม่สงสัยด้วยเดินไปเดี๋ยวก่อนถามไถ่ดีกว่าถามมัน
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
I have found a very interesting letter. Your son planned to prove his worth to the gang by stealing your medicine.
Oh, I see.
มีการขโมยยากันเกิดขึ้น
His dad to build a reputation.
The gang's recruiter was dead when I found him. Perhaps you should take better care of your son.
I love my Albert, sir. Believe me. It's just... Well, I'm an arsehole, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for the letter. This is for your trouble.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live. This is where I
เราตรวจสอบอะไรได้บางอย่างด้วยนะครับ
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. And now I'm just Ben. Ben the tramp.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just frayed me last nerve.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
The word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
ถามเกลี้ยงละที่ไหนเงียบๆบ้างไหมมุมนี้ละกันไม่มีใครเห็นหรอกนะเดินตามเส้นทางนี้ไปก็จะได้พบเจอกับความหฤหันหันษาเพราะว่ามันจะเป็นเรื่องที่พาท่านไปพบความสุขสนุกสนานเพราะผมจะพาคุณไปดูดสิวหากคุณเป็นสิวคุณควรจะไปกดสิวนะจ๊ะ
I'm not afraid anymore. I died in this trench a long time ago.
ไอ้เด็กเมื่อกี้นี่ไปไหนนะอุ๊ยคุณผู้หญิงคะ
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt.
Cadogan Bates.
The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
ซื้อไหม8 เหรียญซื้อไปก่อนฮะรวยกินนี่ก็ไม่
Its
ได้
effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match
เจ้า
for
เด็กคนเมื่อกี้นี่ไปไหนแล้วครับ
Wet boots will be proud of me.
ยังไม่ทันได้ถามไถ่เลยไปซะไปตอกนี้นะครับถูกไหมโอเคถูกแล้วต้องไปตรงนู้นน่ะก็คือ Darius Petrescu ชื่อเหมือนแบบเป็นคนโรมาเนียหรืออะไรอย่างนี้เลยฮะคุณ Darius
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to. Nobody at home. There's no one in. I cannot enter.
Investigate. Action.
There's nobody here.
Không phải đồงี้แอบดูจากทางไหนอ่ะ
This elixir will give you faith again.
ว่าinvestigate ยังไงวะมีริงด้วยแหวนอะไรสักอย่าง
It's locked.
ผมเดินเลยมาแล้วผมต้องไปตรวจสอบการกระทำเขาแต่มันไม่อยู่ในบ้านอ่ะมันอยู่ตรงไหนไม่รู้ย้อนกลับขึ้นไปเกมนี้นี่มันแบบ
As long as you have the money.
เฮ้ยนั่นไง ไม่คิดจะเปลี่ยนชุดเลยเปื้อนเลือดทุกวันเลยมันดูสยองเลยนะโอ้ยเปลี่ยนชุดบ้างก็ได้เอา
His clothes were too finely tailored to be from Whitechapel.
พวกนี้มันทำธุรกิจผิดกฎหมายหรือเป็นแก๊งอะไรสักอย่างเหมือนมันจะแบบมาปล้นยาหรือเปล่า
Richard Nethercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned. I cannot enter.
เขาอยู่ไหนกันโหอยู่นู่นเดินขึ้นไปทางเหนือฮะแล้วก็ทางนี้ฮะแล้วก็ผิดทางถูกต้องฮะแล้วก็เลี้ยวขวาช่องซอยนี้โอเคแล้วก็ตรงไหมฮะอุ้ยมีคน
Joe, please, I don't have your money. Come on. Welcome, sir. Please take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
What you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Right then. Show me what you have.
อยู่หมอนี่เลย Hey you
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist?
คุยกับคนทั้ง
I
เมือง
didn't answer the first one, so piss off.
I'm not a journalist. I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson's son, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is
เขา
the
บูลลี่
only
คน
job
ไม่
I've
จง
found. And it pays well too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their
หน้า
dirt.
ตาน่ากลัวเข้าไปทุกที
You survive at any cost, even at the expense of others. Perhaps that's just the law of nature.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
คนนั้นหรือเปล่า
Forgive my interruption.
Do not
หลวงพ่อ
apologize, my son.
กินหลวงพ่อได้ไหม
Father Tobias Whitaker is
มีเสียง
always
หลว
happy
งพ่อ
to
เป็นแบบ
teach
นั้น
mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I sent him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in our country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Fire is just the instinctive answer of a caveman facing something he does not understand. This is the 20th century.
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
I have heard enough. Goodbye.
Soon the time will come when you will all be judged for your sins. Even now, he judges your...
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed? a famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
It's confidential. Speaking as a doctor, I'm sure you understand.
Are you sure you're not just concerned about the repercussions that a scandal involving a certain Nurse Crane from the Pembroke Hospital would bring?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I must confess, some of my rational views have been shaken by recent events.
I'll remember to stay away from the district's roughest streets then.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
It's a disgrace. People are left to die alone. No one is properly informed of the risks.
These are bad times indeed. So much for the glorious British Empire.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
ขึ้นไปทางนี้นี่ปลาเก็บหมดได้ด้วยอุ้ยมีศพฮะเป็นร้องเพลงอยู่แวว ร้องเพลงแวว
Some of us come to this.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of...
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I'd prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
My mother loved poetry. Perhaps your words would have touched her sensitive nature. I only see a dreadful disease.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear doctor.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you prescribe me something. I don't feel like I should.
I will see you later. I'll leave you alone, sir.
กินไม่ได้ลงมาข้างล่าง อยากรู้ว่าถ้าเกิดผมแบบทำเควสอะไรพวกเนี้ยแล้วมันจะต้องยังไงอ๋อมันจะขึ้นเป็นรูปแบบนี้อ๋อโอเคเข้าใจผมก็จะไปติ๊กออกไปอันแฟกแต่ว่าน่าสนใจดีนะว่าผมจะไปเคลียร์ไอ้พวกนี้ให้หมดมันจะมีอะไรดีขึ้นไหมเนี่ยเรื่องราวกับโรงพยาบาลก่อนเดี๋ยวก่อนเดี๋ยวค่อยกลับมาเคลียร์หาไอ้นี่ไปก่อนเริ่มสนุกแล้ว Find the main box.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly.
เขาไม่พูดอะไรตอบกับเราเลยกินยังไม่ได้
Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia.
ไม่พูดตอบด้วย
Camellia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary.
ไม่ตอบ
A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it?
กินซะเนี่ย
You don't seem to need my medical attention for now. Very well. Goodbye then.
นั่นไง mailbox โหผมมองไม่เห็นจริงเนี่ย
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
กลับไปที่บ้านหลังนั้นต้องไปทางไหนแบบห้องให้แบบเราพักเลยไหม
The walls of your home will not protect you.
Would you like me to?
For there is no protection against malevolence and trickery.
Okay.
You are blind.
Don't be afraid. I should never have taken a knife.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
เราได้เข้าไปแล้วต้องมีอะไรลึกลับซับซ้อนตีน้อง
It's locked.
เข้ามาทางไหนวะ
If you want to talk to Dorothea, you must go across the courtyard and take the stairs.
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name and occupation, sir?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
But it's not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. And I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but... you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man for sure, but a very poor writer.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
Did you refuse to publish Richard Nethercott's previous works, Darius?
Yes. His manuscript is as pompous as he is starched. Now there's a man who loves the sound of his own voice.
You could have told him so.
As a great writer recently said, politeness is the most acceptable hypocrisy.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and many people in this area, Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu. Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
เข้าไปทางไหนวะโดยไม่แกล้งน้องลูก
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
ไอ้วะ
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
หิวสิกิน ไปกินน้ำมาแล้ว กินข้าวแล้ว อุ้ย
I need help!
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Aspirin and salicin, you say? Why not some warm milk and a kiss on the cheek? Where are the quinine salts?
Tried buying, borrowing, even stealing. There's none to be found, Doctor.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalp! Hand me that scalp!
What can I do, Doctor?
ขียวไง
It's too dangerous to operate with these convulsions. Sedative, nurse. Do we have any anesthetics?
I'm sorry, Doctor. None at all.
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Don't question me, nurse. I need a drain. Now.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
เลือดขึ้นมาทันที
I can't see. Yes. I have this, nurse. Allow me to finish the procedure alone. I need the room.
I'd prefer to stay and see this through. This is my patient, Doctor. I have needle and thread for stitching the wound.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor.
Cardiac massage, now.
Cardiac... What? Are you making this up as you go along?
Hay dead.
We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could? Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners. To what? I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
The risks you've taken for your friends in Whitechapel are criminal, and you can pay dearly for them.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Nurse Crane, There is no question that the work you've done here is extraordinary, but this dispensary is incapable of coping with the outbreak. It's only a question of days before the situation at hand will overwhelm us. I cannot allow it. It's my duty to put an end to this immediately.
I'm not ashamed. I did what was right. For in the end, I saved lives and you took them. But we had so much in common, Doctor. Don't you see that?
ระหว่างนี้เราก็จะนี่ไปที่ไหนต่อโอ้ไกลเลยสันดอก
This one stinks already. Mine! Filthy piece of shit!
เราจะลงมาถึงนี่เวสเทิร์นด็อกเพื่อไปทำภารกิจเหมือนผมจะมาผิดทางแต่ว่ามีแวมไพร์ให้ตีเล่นผมก็มาใครปีนทำอะไรปีนมาทำไมปีนทำไมปีนทำไมปีนทำไมน้ำแค่ไหนอ่ะปีนปีนปีนต้องร้องนะต้องลงไปทางนู้นนี่ขวานฮะอุ้ยมาเลยเนี่ยโอ้โหโดดลงมาเจอมนุษย์หมาป่าฮะโอ้เซอร์ไพรส์มาก เคผมกำลังเดินลงไปเอาตรงผมหาทางออกไม่เจอตรงนี้ตัดไปหมดเลยไปไงเราอุ้ยผมต้องโอเคถูกต้องผมกำลังกลับครับทางมาถูกแล้วผมก็กำลังกลับไปเวสเทิร์นด็อกไหมไปไงไม่รู้อย่าออกเลยวะผมว่าอย่าไปทำมันเลย Bring it back to relative sell with someone else ผมว่าผมลุยเควสหลักดีกว่าครับนี่หนู
This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood. Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Kill it, boy! To you! Crush the leech, boy!โอ้ย EXP เป็นหมื่นนะตอนนี้
ค่อยๆกำจัดไปทีละคนใครเป็นคนร้ายใครเป็นคนร้ายโอเคลงมาแล้วเราต้องเป็นเด็กดีไว้คุยกับใครเนี่ย
I cannot enter.
ผ่านเต็มมีเตียงว่างอยู่นี่
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswing.
หรือว่าเราต้องขึ้นไปชั้น2ชัวร์เลยฮะเอา หนาวเหรอปัดกินเลย
It's locked.
จบเรื่องราวของโดโรธีเอาละอัพพื้นฐานฮะอะไรที่ยังไม่ได้อัพอันนี้แท็กติคอลอันนี้อัลติเมท200 ดาเมจ600 ชาร์โดอันนี้ผมอัพอันนี้ดีกว่าผมชอบก็อัพขั้น2เป็นเลือดแล้วกันเลือดเยอะๆไปสุดทางเลยเลือดเยอะเราก็ไม่ตายฮะค่อยว่ากันผมอัพความแข็งแกร่งของตัวเองก่อนใครอัพแบบผมฮะผมอัพอย่างนี้เลยฮะAnashi in the UKเวล17 ผมต้องทำไงต่อมันต้องมีสัญลักษณ์ถูกไหมไม่ใช่หมอนี่เฮ้ยก็กินคนเหมือนกันนี่แหละคำเตือน
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
What prevails in the end, I wonder? The desire for blood, or to be of service to man?
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
We are vampires. We live by leeching the blood from weaker prey. We are Darwin's next chapter, his cynical and perhaps ultimate expression.
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
The case is closed, permanently. You will not be bothered anymore by the woman.
And who was this woman?
If you must know, she worked under my employ as Nurse Crane. But I'll wager that's not what will be written on her gravestone.
You killed her? Is that what you consider discretion and diplomacy, Dr. Reed?
I did what I thought was best, and acted accordingly.
You will learn that trust is a rare and precious commodity in the immortals world, my young doctor. And your actions have not induced me to offer you my support.
วงหลับนอนลูกเชื่อพ่อนอน
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires. But all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
Excuse my forwardness, but are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake?
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London Vampire Society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter skull.
What type of vampire is a skull?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, skulls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad?
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain. More than likely, it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
I bid you farewell, for now, my lady. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient. Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scows. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
ตีเร็วผู้แฮนสตันเนี่ยนะอยากอัพอ่ะชอบการสตันหน่อยนี่กลับห้องเราได้อัพอะไรได้ล่ะ300 1,000หลอก300ครับอัพได้เนี่ยเป็นอะไรทะเลาะอะไรกับใครเป็นอะไรโกรธเรื่องมันติดเหรอ
I cannot enter. Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
We're facing something new here, Dr. Swansea. Something terrible.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here, but it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
And why not? What did Stoker say about the children of the night? Well, using my blood, I could create a whole army of vampires.
Surely you're joking.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
It's locked, all right. I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary. I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
ฟาดซะโอ้ยังโหดชอบแฮะชอบ
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
ไปหาลุงศพน้องสาวเหรอต้องลงมือแล้วเนี่ยเก่งจังวะ
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, อันตีแล้วฮะข้างไหนเลยข้างไหนไม่รู้เลยว่าอยากเปิดอันตีอะ
I have this thirst for blood.
Oh. อยู่ตรงไหนอะเดินแล้วก็ลงฮะลงอ้อมขึ้นไปหิวกันแล้วมั้งเนี่ยหิวเหรอทำอะไรร้องทำไมหิวก็กินนี่เล่นแล้วไปหิวอ้าวหิวกินหิวไหมก่อนไปเล่นนะกินกันก่อนหิวแล้วก็เล่นนะกินแล้วก็หิว
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
Cutscene.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
A vampire, crying over the death of a loved one. It sounds like a bad joke.
ลงเลย
No, Jonathan. She was your sister. And the pain of her death, the hunger that killed her, will stab at you for years. It's important to cry for those you love.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
I'm learning. Every night is a new lesson. What I am, what I must do to survive. But my sister, she shouldn't have suffered because of my weakness.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
Thank you, my lady. I will.
Good. But be careful. If I found you here, others may too.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
โชว์สงสัยจะต้องบวกกันแล้วครับ
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
ขอโทษนึกว่าจะบวกกันตรงนี้
Immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel. This man stunned me with his faith, his crucifix. This is not good news.
ให้บวกก็บวกครับผมตอนนี้แมวอะไรวะครับผมเป็นอะไรมุดอะไรตีอะไรกันออกมาใช่ไหมเข้าไปไม่ได้นี่
What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've made myself perfectly clear. This is a private matter.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
She died because of me. How do you think I feel?
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What words would you like to say to your poor sister?
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
There. I confessed to that vicar. Do I feel better? Only time will tell.
It's a leech! Fucking beast! Roll back to hell, that barn Have no fear, brothers! Filthy piece of shit!
ปิดอันติ
Watch on! Walk!
อะไรอะปล้นศพอ่ะตรงๆนะเป็นแมปที่จำทางไปทางมาโคตรยากเลยจริงๆควรจะมีแบบมันดูเหมือนกันหมดเลย
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth. You, I remember you. Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me, chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
รีไซเคิลยังไงคือถือว่าเรารีไซเคิลเราจะเก็บไอ้นี่นั่นได้เขียวเลย ชอบ
More determination.
I know I can count. Wish I could say the same for you.
Look exhausted. Pushing yourself too hard. Don't have to bear the burdens of this
hospital. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm afraid I've contracted some illness, Dr. Reed.
Not under my watch, nurse. Take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
What can you tell me about the recent events in the hospital?
That Mr. Hampton killed Miss Jones in her room, then ran away.
And did you see all this?
No. I was working by the tents when it all happened. I only entered the room when they asked me to clean up the blood.
Where is Miss Jones's body?
I don't know. I'd imagine the morgue. It all happened so quickly.
Did you see Sean Hampton leave the hospital?
I think I saw a silhouette exiting the hospital gates after the shouting started. At first I thought it was someone who was just scared, but well, maybe it was him.
Do you require medical assistance, nurse?
I will be fine, as soon as I can get some sleep.
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
เลี้ยงก่อน
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
มานี่หมดเวลาเขาไงล่ะฉันอัพเลเวลแล้วเว้ยมันเป็นทีที่ฉันเอาคนมาซ่อนจริงดูดสิวหน่อย
Pippa, my princess, flee away while you can, for all is lost.
ไม่รู้ไม่ชี้ไม่เห็น
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Oh, เกิดการฆาตกรรมที่นี่เกิดขึ้นนะเป็นเรื่องร้ายแรง
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
In your position, I would suggest a more elaborate defense. Cynicism will not save you.
This isn't cynicism, it's realism. You still need me, Dr. Reed, and you know it.
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
Pippa, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Still more coming. How can we be sure we're making a difference?
Good evening, Dr. Ackroyd.
If you say so.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm capable of dealing with this myself. I've just not taken the time to do so.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in surgery very often.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? My God, he can be so irritating.
Why are you blaming yourself for the death of Mr. Fiddick?
It is our fault. Mr. Fiddick has stayed longer than needed here because Dr. Ackroyd and I could not agree on the correct treatment.
This argument has nothing to do with his death. He was murdered.
But if we had performed the surgery sooner, he would have left the hospital and avoided this fate.
Do you need my medical attention, dear colleague?
You don't have to worry about me, Dr. Reed. I am here to assist you, not to be a burden.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
ได้เวลากินคุณก็อตสวิกแล้ว มองไม่เห็นหรอกเดินผ่านกันมาตรงนั้นเหตุการณ์เลวร้ายขึ้นทุกทีเข้าไปมุมนั้นเถอะเชื่อฉันแงม
I don't feel the peace I was looking for. Mother, were you right all along? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
Do you realize your son could try to kill himself again? He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute. But I won't stop fighting for my son's future. That's how much I love him.
Your determination is laudable, but you are in a state of denial, Mrs. Goswick. Your son has a very strong death wish.
How dare you talk to a mother like that? Talk to me like that?
I'm only trying to be honest, Mrs. Goswick. As painful as this fatal end may be for you, you have to accept this is a possibility.
No, I'll never accept it. If my son was to die under your care, you have no idea what I'm capable of, Dr. Reed.
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
What do you think he meant by making the world a better place?
Mortimer has always been a sensitive soul. He wouldn't talk to anyone for months after his father passed. It's like he carries everyone's sadness with him.
Why did your son feel so useless when facing the world?
I think it was more that he could only see the melancholy facets of life. He couldn't help but dwell on such things.
I have read your son's suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture, nor was it his first attempt.
He threatened to kill himself a few times before. But I never thought he would dare to punish me this much.
Punish you? Why?
I've known for a long time he was not happy with his life. But I always hoped he cared enough to avoid making me suffer like this.
I've read your son's medical report, Beatrice. It's not the flu or anything life-threatening. What has you so worried?
He was at death's door when he was brought here. I just want him to be better as soon as possible.
He's not out of the woods yet, you know. He might need to stay here longer than expected.
Take care of him then, Dr. Reed. People here only seem to focus on contagious patients. I worry my poor Mortimer will be neglected.
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this? No, I don't feel well, actually.
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
How can we be sure we're making a difference? So tired. Will this shift never end?
So many deaths.
I cannot enter.